heavy projects. Okay, ask question only when you have a special points that you want to make clear. Okay, just a few words, and now we can start with the first project. Who are concluded in the first project? You? Okay, thanks.
Sorry for that mistake before, but now we'll officially start my presentation for the project today. My paper code is TCNCSB 259 with the title Annual Report Readability and Corporate Policies, the case from Vietnam. There are 5 parts in my presentation that's shown on the slide. First of all, we come to the motivation of this paper. In a practical perspective, annual report has become the complex because it's characterized by dense language and technical terminology. This reduces the accessibility of financial information from every stakeholder of the firm, like the external investor and the external debtors. And this issue is pronounced in emerging markets like Vietnam because the institutional quality is still developing and the information extremity remain relatively high. Besides a growing body of literature concerned about this problem, for example, the evidence of ethical growth and college in 2017 state that firms with less readable disclosure face significantly higher borrowing costs. Similarly, the bonsai and college in the same year indicate that clearer disclosure improve the analysis forecast accuracy, indicating that the readability essence the information efficiency. Another evidence from empirical studies of essay and college in new year 2021 show that this close indicating that readability as investors the information efficiency and make another evidence from empirical studies. These essay and college examples new year 2021 investigate the relationship show that this report indicating that and the investors the information outcome like efficiency and capital or another evidence from historical studies. That's why college example new year 2020 investigate the relationship show that this report indicating and the investors the information and high efficiency and capital or another corporate policy historical especially. That's why college example new year 2020 investigate the relationship show that this report indicating and the investors hypothesis and high efficiency and capital or another corporate policy historical especially. That's why college example new year 2020 investigate the relationship show that this report indicating when financial and the hypothesis and high efficiency and capital or another corporate policy historical especially. That's why college example new year 2020 investigate the relationship show that this report indicating when financial and the tighter financing conditions for the firm from the debtors, and similarly, low disclosure clarity reduce the information processing efficiency state by the evidence of essay and college in 2021. That's why our H1 is lower readability is so associated with a higher corporate cash holding. Next, it's related to still readability and the leverage of the firm. From the theoretical perspective, making order theory by Myers and Merleau in 1984 stated where the firm prefer internal financing over external debt, when the information extremity is high. To support this theory, the empirical study by Bonko and colleagues in 2018 state that firm operating in more transparent information environments tend to rely more heavily on financing. That's why it would lower readability, so lower corporate leverage. Our third hypothesis relates to the mediated role of cash holding between readability and leverage. The information as we said that this role in shaping liquidity policy. And the values of fixed and quality in 2009
Không để nguyên.
show that a significant increase in foreign capital driven by precautionary motives by to cash flow, highlight liquidity under caution. That's why we have a three cash holding mediate the relationship between readability and leverage. The last one relates to the moderating role of dividend between readability and the corporate policies. Dividend paying firm typically face greater financial commitment and may have less flexibility in management internal funds. The study of Farman and Friends in 2001 show that dividend paying firms differ systematically in their financial characteristic, and the newer studies show that dividend policy are closely linked to the firm maturity and financial constraint by Dennis and Albert in 2008. That's why our fourth hypothesis is dividend policy moderate the relationship between readability and the financial decisions, such as the effects are stronger for dividend paying firm. And next, that's all about our hypothesis, and now we move to the data and methodology are applied in this paper. With the data, this paper uses a sample data of 200 market capitalization firm in 2025, and the sample here is 1,894 firm year observations. There are five methodology or tests we use on this study as shown on the slide. More significant, there are two baseline models we apply in this paper. The first one is the model relating to cash holding and reliability. The second one is about the leverage and also the readability. As you can see, is the model, the dependent variable like the cash holding and leverage is captured at the year t+1 and other control, including the independent variable and control variable is captured at the year t. That's weaken the reverse causality and strengthen our interpretation of the results. Therefore, we apply four measurements of readability, in which two of them can cut and force used for the English document, and otherwise the remaining Virit and Phi side is applied for the Vietnamese document. And this, by applying all these measurements, they will transparent our results and maybe robot needs the result we found. And next, we come to the baseline results of our study. On the last table is that the regression between readability and cash holding applying OLS OS in the column 1 to 4, and apply fixed effect model in the column 5 to 8. And as you can see, on the slide, the table 3 state the positive relationship between readability and cache holding, which mean when the readability is lower, the firm will hold more cash, like lower readability will hold more cash, because it will be to explain that it will be the precautious motive for the firm which have the lower readability disclose, or how to say, harder to read disclose. Because like when the firm have the lower readable disclose, it will face a higher interest rate from the investor or the debtor, because they will see lower readability disclose will be the uncertainty from a firm business. And next one, we move to the regression between readability and the leverage baseline model. With the same structure as the table on the left. This indicates that there is a significant negative relationship between readability and leverage, which means firm with lower readability disclose will assess lower leverage, because like as a partial explained from the table 3, lower readability disclose will face uncertainty perceived by the investor, so they also can accept lower leverage as the higher interest rate, or the more perceived risk by the investor. And this table as the baseline model, therefore we also the baseline, so therefore we investigate more to robust our results. First of all, for the cash holding, we apply multiple tests here to build newlywed and WAS system GMM. As you can see on table, all the significant and show the positive relationship between them, which consists with the baseline model. With the same structure, we replace the cash holding with the leverage here, and it also shows the same results with the baseline. To further robustness and analysis this relationship, we also replace the cash holding by another measurement. Like before the cash holding here is measured by the ratio of cash to the total assets. Now we replace by the cash, also the total cash, but like natural logarithms, and it shows the same results as before. Similarly, we also replace the leverage, and yeah, there's still the significant negative between readability and the leverage. This one is we testing the hypothesis, the mediating role of cash for the relationship between readability and the leverage. As you can see here, the cash is significantly negative with the leverage one, which means when the firm hold more cash, it will still lower the leverage, like still lower the leverage acceptability. And the last one, we test the moderating role of dividend, and you can see the interactions interaction term here that is readability didn't like it shows the significant positive relationship between this interaction term to the dividend to the dependent variable, which means the previous the prior relationship we test before is also stronger for the firm who pay dividend, because this type of firm face a challenge, have to pay dividend. If we stop paying it, they will see like not really good signal from the investor. So yeah. Next one, we also try to test the dividend role in the relationship between readability and leverage, and it also show that for the firm who pay dividend, the relationship lower readability and lower leverage will still stronger for that firm. And lastly, we come to the implications of this paper for the corporation. The paper success results that poor readability increase the financial friction from response with a higher cash holding and low leverage, and the firm have to improve the disclosure clarity to enhance the accessibility to external capitalization. For policymaker implementing regulatory measure for the readability is necessary to enhance the disclosure standards prioritize the transparent and standard reporting for all the firms that have huge impact on investor. And lastly, for the investor, show the signal that readability is a signal of firm transparency and financial behavior, which helps investor better assess the firm risk and value. Besides all the implications, we also contribute to the literature by investigating the mechanism between readability, cash, and the leverage here. And that's all my presentation for this paper. Thank you for listening, and yeah, I welcome for your comment.
This is a very good research, and it is kind of second study I saw with the what yeah 2 years ago I saw Professor Sapri present this topic in our school, and then I can see that your research have similarity with Professor Sapri approach method finding. So that's good. And for your level, university level, you could do a kind of very complex research comparable to that of Professor Sapri. So that's it. Very good. I have no clarification question. Just say that your research is very good, and then if you are able, you can collect more data, and maybe you could publish this paper with the data from Vietnam. Okay.
I have one question for you relating your understanding about how you apply econometric model. So could you show me the reason why you apply system method of moment GMM? The reason why? Yep.
And because the data here is binary data, and I will play that kind of errors like the heteroscedasticity and heterogeneity, and also the result. The reverse causality of the year, because like let me turn back to the model. there will be maybe affecting autocorrection, affecting like readability to cast, and cast also reverse the readability. So for those reasons, I apply the system GMM to mitigate that error to like robustness our results. That's my answer for your question.
Để cho rõ thầy hỏi bằng tiếng Việt. Cái independent variable của em là readability, và em dùng có nhiều cách để measure cái readability này. Thì thầy hỏi em là khi em chạy với từng cái measures một đấy, thế chạy với mỗi một measure thì nó ra một kết quả. Thế thì chạy với nhiều measure mà vì kết quả của em có consistent with one another không? Tất cả các cái kết quả nó có consistent với nhau không? Đấy là một nhé. Với cái thứ hai nữa là em có nhiều cái measures, nhiều cách để đo cái readability, tức là lý thuyết ấy, đưa ra nhiều lý thuyết để đo readability, nhưng mà trong cái bài này thì em có xây dựng riêng một cái chỉ số về readability của em không, hay là em hoàn toàn dựa vào các cái chỉ số của lý thuyết người ta nêu ra thôi? Okay, for everyone, if you are very confident with your English, okay, you present in English. But in case of necessity for clarity, you can use Vietnamese instead. Okay.
To answer your question, all these for readability measurement is all done from the literary review from the previous study that I adopt this from them, and for each of these measurement, yeah, I run them on the method on the Python, but based on the natural language process, and yeah, when the and it when it outcome I have to check that it consists with other or not, where like by the method comparing with each other.
You just need to say consistent, or sometimes it's not consistent. That's it. Fully consistent, or sometimes it's not consistent.
Yeah, I have to say that it's fully consistent.
Fully consistent.
Yes.
Okay, that's first question. Fully consistent. Okay. And the second one, do you construct the old measurements? Yes or no?
No.
How about the correlation among the four indexes? Correlation, highly correlation.
On my papers, as I remember that this highly it has correlation between them, and you can see on the correlation tables because yes, yes, right, for measurement. And
If we have high correlation, we show that we have some consistency among indexes.
yes.
But it's a low correlation, which means that which index of different measure readability. So you can check this by using correlation relationship.
Yes, thank you for that. I will check that later. And I'll welcome any further questions.
Okay, so I think it's enough for me. Yeah.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, second group.
Good morning, lecturer and everybody in here. Today, I'm gonna to talk about my topic, financial constraint and global value chain participation, firm level micro evidence in Vietnam. First of all, what is the global value chain? The global value chain is a global production system in which the process of creating a product is separated and carried out in various countries. Instead of a single company handling an entire production network, the business will specialize in specific stage such as design, manufacturing, assembly, or distribution. So, why is GVC important to Vietnam? In Vietnam, participating in GVC boosts export, create job, and access international technology. However, domestic enterprise mainly participate at low value stage, while FDI enterprise dominate, indicating an urgent need to enhance the participation levels and position in GVC. Our research focus on answering the question, how do financial constraints affect the ability of Vietnamese enterprise to participate in GVC, and does the impact of financial constraint on the GVC participation differ across a firm characteristic such as firm size and ownership structure? So, what our motivated us to conduct this research? The motivation for this research stems from the fact that Vietnamese enterprises are facing significant financial constraints that hinder their ability to expand and integrate internationally. Meanwhile, participating in GVC requires significant capital to cover the entry and operational maintenance cost. However, the relationship between financial constraint and global value chain participation in Vietnam has not been fully researched, which promise to conduct this research. Currently, there are some research gaps in Vietnam. Firstly, there still exists a significant gap in directly analyzing the relationship between financial constraint and GVC participation in Vietnam. Secondly, current studies still lack micro-level evidence at the enterprise level and have not fully addressed the endogeneity issues that could distort the estimation result. For our contribution, this is one of the first in Vietnam to directly analyze the impact of financial constraint on GVC participation at enterprise level. Secondly, by applying the ivory per bit model and using instrument variables to address the endogeneity issues, and we offer some useful policy implication to promote participation of Vietnam in the GVC.
Thank you. About the data for this study, we use the firm data set from World Bank Enterprise Survey for Vietnam, and the data set cover 4 survey ways, include 2005, 2009, 2015, and 2023. And it focuses on the former firm with at least 5 employees, and mainly in manufacturing and services. And the survey used stratified random sampling by industry, firm size, and region. Okay, about the key variable in this study, we have dependent variable measure firms' participation in global value chain. And we use 4 indicators to estimate which baseline measurement is GVC1, that's equal 1 if the firm both export and import, equals 0 to otherwise. And with GVC2 and GVC3, GVC4, it capture a deeper form of GVC participation. And with independent variables, that's a financial constraint level, is measured from 0 to 4, and with 0 equal no obstacle, and 4 equal very severe obstacle. And with other control variable is firm characteristic, including manager experience, skill labor ratio, firm age, and firm size. About the and in this study, we choose 𝐒V profit model. And the question here, why we use 𝐒V profit model? And our answer is first, GVC participation is the binary outcome, and so standard profit is a natural starting point. But in standard profit, the independent variable may be endogenous. And endogenous causes bias and inconsistent estimate. So the study gives IV profit to address this issue. In addition, we also made control function test, and the result is significant. So that supports the use of IV profit over a standard profit model. Okay, to implement the standard profit model, we choose external audit as an instrument variable. According econometric knowledge, a good IV must satisfy two conditions: that relevance and exclusion. And in our study, the external audit satisfy both the standard. So we choose external audit. And we estimate the model in two stages. In first stage, we predict financial constraint using external audit and other control variable. And in second stage, we use predicted value of financial constraint to measure the probability of GVC participation. And in addition, we also use year fixed effect and reason fixed effect. And come to our baseline result. In the first stage, we can see that the external audit have a negative effect on financial constraint. And it's suggesting that when a firm has more reliable information, maybe it's easier to for that firm to obtain external funding. And in second stage, we can see that the negative effect of financial constraint remains statistically significant across all 4 GVC measures. And especially the effect becomes stronger under stricter GVC definition. Okay, for robustness check, we also made some alternative approaches, like PSM, LOSIS, QSLS, and the main results is robust across different empirical approaches. Okay, to answer the question that is there a difference about the effect of financial constraint on GVC by firm size or ownership structure, we make some heterogeneous effect. And the first, with the result by firm size, we can see that in the table, financial constraint reduce GVC participation across small firm size, with a strong effect observed among medium-sized firms. And with the result by ownership structure, we can see that financial constraints significantly reduce GVC participation among private firms. And we have no statistically evidence to prove that financial constraints have the effect on state-owner firm. Okay. Next slide.
This research have 3 main academic contributions. It providing empirical evidence at the enterprise level on the negative impact of financial constraint on the ability of to participation in GVC in Vietnam. Second, applies the IV probit method to address the issue of endogeneity, helping to clarify the causal relationship between the variables. And finally, the results show that the impact is consistent across different business groups. Based on the result, we offer 3 policy implications. Firstly, implement credit incentive program with low interest rate, long repayment period, and flexible disbursement procedure for business. Secondly, implement policy to help business reduce the burden of complying with strict auditing regulations and administrative procedure. And thirdly, introduce additional policy to support young, newly established business aiming to participate in the GVC. There are has several limitations in this study. It is a panel research that included a single country. This dataset is fragmented and does not fully reflect continuity between the years, and the data was collected from enterprise report survey response. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, questions?
So Dr. Phú Hưng, can you go first, please? Yeah, thank you.
Now, first, your study look good, right? But I have some comment. I would like to you to improve your study. It is already good, but you can enhance this by adding some more factor input in your model. First, I see that when you talk about the firm characteristic, you need to talk about like whether they are in the same industry, same sector or not, right? And second, if you want to compare them, you need to identify into group of the comparable size. In here, you say you come from the company having as much as only 5 employees, that is incompatible with the other medium term firms. Okay, and you also have about state-owned and versus private company. State-owned company have different regulation compliant requirement to the private one. For example, you can be exempted from some kind of regulation from tax and many things other, right? So maybe they are not comparable. You cannot put in the same basket. Especially when you talk about the firm, you need to talk about the asset specificity of the firm. That means, for example, if you compare a IT company, the number of the employees limited only 20, something like this. But the technological what infrastructure is like billions of Vietnamese dollars, right? For the other company, for example, the one in like shoes manufacturing, right? You have hundreds of employees, but the investment in machine is much more than that of the IT company with a small workforce size, right? It is incompatible. So the asset specificity in here is that when you compare one company, that kind of assets cannot be reused in the other industry. Là có mỗi ngành ấy nó có cái tài sản mang tính đặc trưng riêng của ngành đấy. Nếu mà đã dùng ở ngành đấy không dùng lại được các ngành khác. Đó, thế nên là trong chỗ này là mình chưa có cái biến đấy. Cái biến đấy là cái biến cũng thực dạng quan trọng nhất đấy. Whenever we talk about the firm's characteristic, we always have to talk about the asset specificity. We always have about the comparable size in terms of capital, in terms of employee workforce. So this is just a kind of contribution to your study in order to enhance the quality. Okay, no more question.
Vâng, em xin cảm ơn góp ý từ thầy ạ. Vâng, bọn em xin ghi nhận.
Oh, thank you so much for your presentation. You present the research very easy to follow, to understand. And your method is appropriately applied to the data structure. You already addressed endogeneity issue by using 𝐒V probit. I think it's okay. However, we have only one instrumental variable to address endogenous issue. So that's 𝐒V probit. We cannot test both 𝐒V assumption, relevance, and exogeneity. So you need to address limitation in your research. By now, Stater cannot help us to test exogeneity assumption of instrumental variable. So we have to argue that our selected instrumental variable is okay, is valid. We don't have further tests to make sure that our instrumental variable satisfy both assumption. We can test the relevance assumption, but we cannot test exogeneity assumption. And I'm not sure that your data is a pooled or longitudinal data. The data is a not longitudinal, not panel.
Yep.
Yep, it's pooled data. We pool data across different years. Okay, thank you so much. I have just some comment.
Thank you so much.
Yes, so this is my comment and questions. First of all, Your presentation is very impressive, and you are both very, influenced in your presentation. And of course, the presentation is easy to follow, and of course, the concept is quite easy to understand. However, I want to focus on the model. First of all, I see here global value chain, right? You have that. You use like 1 and 0. From my mind, here you have the variable has value of 1. If the enterprise participate in both export and import activity, otherwise it's gonna be 0. So for me, honestly, I'm thinking, when I'm thinking about the global supply chain participation, I'm thinking about the value of the firm to contribute to global value chain. It's kind of how much export, how and import, value, rather than yes or no, Export, for example, if you have like, okay, I export but only like 10,000, doesn't matter. If I import 10,000, doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's the meaning of it, meaning of the model. It doesn't make sense to me if you just focus on 1L0. That's the first comment. The second one is about independence variable. I can see here some, you can see here, I haven't seen, it's kind of financial constraint. What are you to measure the financial constraint? Is that? Yeah, and yeah, I'm asking you, what's the financial constraint measure?
Là cái khả năng tiếp cận tài chính của cái công ty đó.
Yeah.
Vâng.
Of course, it's like, but you still need to understand the survey, even though the survey already collected by the other agency. Yeah.
Cái là cái khả năng mà công ty đó gọi là về cái mặt tiếp cận tài chính được gọi là đầu tư từ bên ngoài chẳng hạn đấy, hay là vay vốn ngân hàng thì thì
financial constraint. What does it mean more specifically?
Thì sang tiếng Việt thì bọn em hiểu là rào cản tài chính.
Yeah, I understand rào cản tài chính. What does this mean by whatever financial constraint is defined in your research?
Vâng, vâng.
Em phải số hóa, em phải tính toán cái financial constraint và em tính bằng cách em đi hỏi questionnaire, đúng không? Em chỉ đưa ra cái số liệu là cái financial constraint là 0 hay là 1 hay là 2 hay là 3. Đúng không?
Yeah, of course, but I really want to understand the meaning of it. Of course, I understand this is a survey already. I mean, the survey data, but I want you to tell me, what does this mean by financial constraint? Because even though they call, I'm not quite sure if it's a financial constraint or not, okay? Maybe that's just a translation from the survey to the research, So what does this mean? Can you tell me, please?
Theo em hiểu ý cô là đang muốn hỏi là kiểu ví dụ cái thang đo này như thế nào đúng không ạ?
I want to ask a definition of financial constraint. Yeah, survey still, no obstacle.
Vâng.
So for me, if so, if they just have the financial constraint level, it's not enough. Like, what does this mean by obstacle and very severe obstacle? We don't know. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you're asking them, but we don't know what does this mean by financial constraint. Financial constraint mean lack of money, lack of cash, or they difficult to borrow, or issue the like shares or stocks. We don't know yet from here. The next one, because I want to focus on the model.
Okay.
The next one is that here I see the labor skill. How the labor skill, skill labor is measured.
Skill labor em tính theo kiểu cái tỷ lệ mà cái doanh nghiệp đó gọi là có những gọi là cái tỷ lệ lao động lành nghề trên tổng số lao động của một cái công ty đó.
What does this mean? What does this mean by the percentage of what's in the total? What does this mean? Skill labor, for me, I understand, like, for example, if we have for example, like say that skilled labor can be measured by different way. For example, if suppose international school, if we have like associate professor and let's say a doctor, so it's more relevant to education industry, right? And in so research, what does this mean?
Ok,
Yeah.
cái skill labor ở đây bọn em định nghĩa theo survey đó chính là production skill labor. Còn gì nhỉ? Còn vào cái phía mà là những cái cao hơn, những cái process kiểu như là manager hay là những người kiểu mảng khác.
No. I didn't mean that. We mean skilled labor need to be relevant to the firm. For example, if I send associate Dr. Tuyến to the firm, no, I don't. The firm will not classify him as a skilled labor. Why? Because it might not be relevant, you know. For example, if you have an IT company, so the employee need to be skilled in their work. Is that correct? Yeah. So that's the reason why from the research, I haven't seen very clear the definition of skilled labor. Maybe I'm thinking, if I'm thinking about skilled labor, maybe I'm thinking in terms of productivity. If we don't know, like if you are the skilled labor, so maybe your productivity must be higher than, you know, your competitor. You know what I mean? So from here, I haven't seen the really kind of, you know, measures of skilled labor. So that for me, so that's the reason why for me, as a control variable and the financial constraint and the dependent, like the dependent variable is kind of, even though I think the objective and purpose of the research and the data analysis is really, it's really good, but the meaning of the model when we use a measurement is not really, you know, still have some limitation. Okay, so with some comment, I hope that you can improve the research in the future because so both you both two very good. Okay.
Dạ vâng,
Yeah.
thực sự là những góp ý của cô rất là đáng quý rồi bọn em xin cảm ơn cô.
Yeah. Thank you.
Có một cái ý này tôi nói tiếng Việt nhé cho các em, cái câu của cô Anh ấy trong các nghiên cứu sau này các em đã gặp phải này. Cái cách đo chúng ta dùng cái dummy, tức là em đang dùng cái biến phụ thuộc của em, đúng không? Tham gia vào chuỗi giá trị toàn cầu 01. Thì tất cả cái nhóm 0 là zero, không có một tí nào luôn. Còn nhóm 1 nó sẽ từ intensity 5% cho đến 100%. Thì đấy người ta sẽ gọi là chia một cách trung bình. Tức là thôi tôi lấy một cái ông không tham gia một tí nào, còn tất cả những cái ông tham gia tôi coi là một nhóm, thì nó gọi là capture cái average effect. Thế còn một cái cách cô Anh muốn là intensity, tức là cái mức độ tham gia, thì em nói là em chưa có data. We don't have data on intensity of GVC participation. So in our study, we focus only on dummy variable, tức là biến 01 thôi. Để cho cái người nghiên cứu ngay từ đầu, ngay từ abstract em đề cập luôn. Để cho sau này nhỡ cái đề tài này được lên phòng cao thì người ta đọc là người ta hiểu là nhóm tác giả muốn cái đấy, nhưng mà data limitation, em không làm được điều đấy. Và em sẽ đề nghị đề trong cái limitation and future research là nếu có data thì em sẽ nghiên cứu cả cái gọi là CVC intensity. Giống như cô Anh nói ấy. Vì là ta gộp tất cả cái thằng 1 là những thằng 5% đến 95%. Nhưng cái 01 đấy không phải là không có ý nghĩa đâu. Một cái nhóm không tập thể dục và một nhóm tập thể dục cho dùng tập rất ít thì nó vẫn là một nghiên cứu về tác động trung bình. Em hiểu không? Thì cái đấy nhớ. Rồi. Vâng. Không thì là do nhóm tác giả muốn phân loại, vì họ có nói là muốn xem cái sâu hơn thôi. Thì là đấy là nhớ trong nghiên cứu trong cái phần. Vâng không. Không, vì nó có những cái doanh nghiệp không có một tí nào luôn anh ạ. Thì có mà, giống như là tôi nó ít thôi. Và thôi mà trong nghiên cứu thì dùng secondary data thì mình phải proxy thôi, mình không có data được. Anh nhớ viết như vậy để cho mạnh.
Cô Anh rất quan tâm đến cái nội hàm của cái financial constraint nó là cái gì. Nội hàm đấy, thì nội hàm của em đây là cũng còn đang rất là định lượng. Em đi hỏi người ta, tự người ta nhận là doanh nghiệp tôi không có khó khăn gì về tài chính cả. Doanh nghiệp tôi khó khăn một tí, doanh nghiệp tôi khó khăn hơn một chút, rồi doanh nghiệp tôi cực kỳ khó khăn. Thì tất cả những cái đồ ấy, nó đều rất là định tính, nó rất là cảm tính. Nó giống như sáng đúng chiều sai, sáng mai lại đúng. Cãi nhau với họ một cái thì nó sai, mai yêu vợ nó lại đúng. Nó hơi cảm tính. Còn bình thường ấy, nếu mà nghiên cứu em ấy là các em phải cố gắng phải dùng cái secondary data nào đó để các em measure các chỉ số đấy, chứ còn chỉ đi hỏi mọi người thì rất là cảm tính. Ngay trong một doanh nghiệp em hỏi ông giám đốc với ông phó giám đốc là đánh giá khác nhau rồi. Bố ông bảo là doanh nghiệp tôi đang khó khăn lắm, doanh nghiệp bảo ôi năm nay làm ngon lắm, nó đã khác nhau rồi. Hơi cảm tính.
Em xin cảm ơn các thầy. Thực sự những góp ý của các thầy trong giai đoạn mà em vẫn còn là sinh viên này thì thực sự là rất đáng quý, và em xin cảm ơn mọi người. Vâng, em sẽ cố gắng phát triển gọi là nghiên cứu hơn trong tương lai. Em cảm ơn mọi người ạ.
Cái là chị mày rất rõ và rất đẹp trai, tốt.
Vâng, em cảm ơn thầy.
What? What's the name?
Mỗi lần là trưởng thành không có gì em chưa đi giám đốc này nói được như vậy là tốt rồi.
Em gửi
Em là tham gia hai nhóm à?
đâu, em chân chạy vặt của nhóm mày thôi chứ em không phải gì cả, em giúp đỡ.
Okay, so the next.
Next.
Em đừng quá lo, đây là một cái buổi bắt đầu mà. Các thầy muốn
Lo gì đâu, vui vẻ hết mà. Kiểu gì cũng có giải mà.
Yên tâm, kiểu gì có giải. Yes, of course. Don't be
Đang vào
worried.
phòng này thì kiểu gì có giải. Sinh viên tốt đấy nha, năm đấy mà biết dùng bây giờ nhờ các bạn là hỗ trợ các thầy.
Chết rồi, cô Hiền vào rồi. So first of all, I would like to good morning the committee and the audience. Our group will present the research with the title Financial Stress Among Higher Education Students, a new perspective on living condition and student loan. Our research could examine some mechanisms that influence the financial stress among the Vietnamese university student loan under the supervision of Dr. Phương Huyền Đỗ. And here our abstracts conclude the contextual methodology and also the main result. First of all, I would like to come to the research problem and also the motivation. Firstly, the financial stress is the issues rising among university students due to the increasing of tuition costs, living expenses, and also the reliance of student loans. Secondly, in the literature review, there are like an integrated framework explaining how financial spread develops, and also the supported evidence that according to the World Bank Group, there is 37,000 students participated in the VBSP loan program in 2021, including the university, college, and vocational students. And move the research objective and question, we have the three ones. The first is we will assess how living conditions influence financial stress and interact with the stressors and resources. Secondly, we will examine how student loans act as a key money-related stress exposure and affect the student financial stress. And lastly, we would like to analyze the stress process by investigating the mediating roles of money-related stress exposure. And we have also translated all the objectives to the research question accordingly. In the literature review, we have decided to adopt the bibliometric systematic literature review with the purpose to identify the research chain, key themes, and uncover gaps in the literature of financial stress. From the 1,481 initial documents, we have selected 159 documents due to the PRISMA frameworks. And according to the result of bibliometric systematic literature review, we have the four main outcomes. The first one is the annual publication chance in the topic of financial stress among the university students. We have seen that after the 2020, the quantities of the documents had increasing significantly. And we have also the top 10 influential authors according to the number of citations. And we have the insight that the inflations of all authors is about the medical and the medicine's perspective. According to the keyword co-occurrence network visualization, the literature review have been divided into 4 main clusters. The first one is the psychological outcome. The second is the academic development of students. The third one is financial coping and resources. And the last one, the contextual factors, with example of COVID-19, housing and external environment. And accordingly, we have the insight that the literature review is dominated by the outcome-focused research, while mechanism and interactions between factors remain unexplored. And also the overlay visualization keyword occurrence will be divided into 3 states. The early state focus on financial coping and support. Move to the middle state of mental health integration, and the recent trend is about the context. And according to the result of these techniques, we have identified the 3 main research gaps. The first one, there is limited explanation of mechanism through which financial threat develops. Secondly, some stressors, resources, and contextual factors are examined separately with the limited evidence on their interactions. And the lastly is about the contextual factor. Especially the living condition remain unexplored despite the role in shaping of the financial pressure. And in this study, to address this gap, we have adopted the stress process model with applied in the financial management process. And here are the core original frameworks. With the variable consists of financial stress, living condition, money-related stress exposure included the student loans and the emergency saving, personal and social resources. And accordingly, we have developed the 7 hypotheses. In general, the living conditions and personal resources, also the social resources, have the negative impact on the financial stress. And the money-related stress includes the student loans and saving has a positive impact on the financial stress of the university student.
Now come to the methodologies of our research design. We implement the empirical study, which is the online survey using the convenient sampling. We have the sample of students which have borrowing or took a loan during their study time, and sample were 395. With a collection period since December of 2025 and ended in March of 2026, we're using Smart POS 3 to analyzing the data and conducting the measurement model and structure model. For the measurement, here is our table of measurement, detail from variable item coding and sources. Come to our finding. First of all is descriptive statistic. We have the characteristic of respondent, proportions of loan source driving financial stress of university student, and distribution of main result of borrowing among students. 2 of these charts has been contextualized of context in Vietnam. And from the descriptive statistic, we can see that we have took effort into variable of sample. For the main finding of empirical study, we have measurement model assessment, testing the reliability and the validity. All of this item has passed. For the structure model assessment, we have result of hypothesis testing, and all of the hypotheses are supported also there is 5 significant indirect effect confirming the mediation mechanism. And the last part is conclusions. For the theoretical contribution, it is proposing an integrated financial management framework explaining the financial stress as outcome of financial obligation, resource constraint, and financial capability. Is also extending the stress process model into the financial context and incorporate living conditions at the financial contextual factor, identify the dual effect of financial resource, and it is consistent with other literacy of financial capability and awareness. For the practical contributions, it emphasizing the role of financial capability in managing financial pressure, not only reducing stress, but also shaping the financial awareness. And it's suggested that financial support system like parent support should be designed to balance the support of provision and financial responsibility awareness. And lastly, is providing the implication for designing student loan and financial support policy. Come to the limitations, we're seeing that we have the limitation of focus primarily on direct and mediate effect without considering the potential of moderate factor and the variable, like consider the variable related to characteristic had under like income background, financial literacy level had with degree financial independence have not been supervising during our research. And about the future research direction, we are proposing the extending the model by incorporating moderate variable to understanding better how different group of students experience with financial stress, and also identify which students are more vulnerable to financial stress under different financial conditions. And that is our end of this presentations, and we will come to the Q&A sections.
Okay, congratulations for your presentations. I think I have some comments for your papers. So the motivations for conducting the research and the research objective are clearly stated. The contents and the structures of your study is good. However, I have some comments and questions for your study. Firstly, could you explain how did you select the sample for your surveys? And how did you check the reliability of the data, the survey data? And also, I have one more comment. In the finding sections, you use the same models in the methodologies, but in the finding, I think you should, at the end of the finding, you should draw the same model. So it shows the relationship between the own variables. Okay, so the person who follows your study, they can easy to understand. Okay, I have questions for you, right? How did you select the sample for your survey, and how did you check the reliability of your data? And what are the contribution of your study in terms of the theoretical contribution and practical contribution? Could you explain more clearly?
For the research sampling, we have using the online survey, and our scope was in Vietnam. And because of we have spread the survey online, so it is capable to saying that we have the sample. We have the sample of university student in Vietnam, and for the sample validity, we have a question to ask them about them. Do you took a loan during your study period time? To concluding that our sample is student have took a loan during their study time. University student have took a loan in their study time. And also, there is a note that our originally sample is quite big, but we have to reducing it manually because took a loan is a quite sensitive question, and some of our respondents have not met our requirement yet. Oh, okay.
Did you conduct any pilot surveys?
To saying that pilot survey in a period of time, yes, we have took originally in 1 month, then we changing our questionnaire, and then we continuing to spread our survey.
So are you sure all the respondents from the online surveys, they understand well all the things you ask them?
Yes.
How did you know
We have
whether they
to-
understand well all the things you ask them or not?
This would be about the technique. We have to reverse question to testing that did they really focus on what they are answering, and that is our way to testing that the respondent are really focused on the question, not only choosing in automatically.
So you ask all the students, they face the finance stress, or all the students?
We ask all the students.
All the students, not only the students face the finance stress,
Yes.
but also other students.
Yes. Because we evaluating the financial stress, not like
They say that it has a classification question, meaning asking if student take a loans or not. And in this one, it means that all students here, they already took the loan. Yeah, they borrowing. Yes.
Okay, thanks for your answer.
theoretical contribution.
So before the
Yes,
other
a
comments,
contribution.
yeah, I want to comment a bit about the model. First of all, I see here, first of all, if I can look at your title research, so title doesn't match the framework yet. And you can see here, you say the financial stress among higher student in living condition and student loan. However, in your model, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen student loan in here, even though in the questionnaire you classify like exposure related to the money is a student loan. Is that okay? So the title doesn't match the framework. The next one, you have the theory here. The theory from the theoretical framework is from, if you can see here, you have one theory. But for me, I haven't seen one very impressive is you did a bibliometric, review. However, in the bibliometric review, I haven't seen the theory you put in there. I don't know for more than 150 study, what kinds of theory they already use to, do the research. And I can see from, let's say, the conceptual background, you use a theoretical framework stress process model, but for me, it's quite old. It's from 1981. Yeah, that's quite very old, the year I was born. Yeah, of course, I doesn't mean it's not really good, but for me, it's a little bit old. The next one, when I see the job framework for this, it's not really for me. For example, living condition. I'm questioning why living condition is here. What does this mean? Living condition is structure. At least that the loan is structure, but the living condition is structure. Not quite sure. So for me, the living condition that as the it's like the structure. It should be like moderating if it has a loan, and if the the people feel they have like good living conditions. So it should be moderate the relationship rather than as a structure. The next one is for personal resources. Yes, when the student has a stress, they need to improve some management skill. However, for social resources, I doesn't see it really makes sense if student loan, if student borrow, and then lead to parent support. Not really makes sense to me. Why? Why student loan and then lead to the parent support? No, I'm thinking in terms of social support. Like, why did? Yeah, it doesn't make sense in terms of If why student loan and lead to the family support? No, it doesn't make sense to me in terms of daily lives. You know what I mean? I think if you have student loan, so student working part-time or they do something else from, just making sense of it. So I have no comment on the other things, but this is for the frameworks and matching with the theoretical background and the title. That's my comment. And I hope that after this, I know you might collect the other variable and then you can improve your model because, student research is a, kinds of events. And after that, you can improve a lot and you can work with our supervisor to improve and you can go to the conference and publish elsewhere. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, this one is a traditional study. We have seen a lot of this one repeatedly year by year. Năm sau nhiều cô Huyền có như là financial stress among teacher. So you already see some kind of inconsistent or like the opportunities that you can improve, enhance your study quality. For this one, I would prefer you not to write the direction of the impact, because I believe in some of my some of research I have read, the direction of impact is different than that of your study. For example, for someone, they would say like personal resources would have a negative impact, for example, to the RC. In here, you already determined the direction beforehand. So that means you already know that you do not need to study. So this one could be like a kind of verification of the like your belief, right? Tức là cái này nếu các bạn mà viết trước nhiều quá thì đôi khi nó thành cái kiểu như là mình đã bị bias, mình đã định kiến nó là như thế rồi, chúng ta ấy vào thế. So maybe in that kind of the study, you do not have to give the direction of impact. The other thing is already people say social resources. Right? Social is different. The social is a kind of like people think about you and what is for example social welfare program from the government. I do not know. I'm not aware that we have a student loan in Vietnam. In the other country like UK or US where my son study, we do have the student loan from the government, but I'm not aware that in Vietnam. So, yeah, we have it. Yeah. So this is a new that I never I have never known before. This one is good, and I think that if you want to publish it, maybe now. Okay, the other contribution I would talk, after the session.
Hi everyone, my name is 𝐬 Ngọc and today I and my group will present about the topic key determinants of EUA price, dynamics in the year emissions trading system under the guidance of VD Đỗ Phương Huyền. So our presentation divided into 5 parts. For the first one, so the EU ETF launches in 2005 and is the largest and most developed carbon market in the world, and it operates under the cap and trade principle. The government set a limit on pollution emissions and allows companies to buy and sell emission permits. And so the firm must surrender the EUAs equivalent to their emissions, transforming carbon rights into tradable financial assets. And so the carbon pricing mechanism creates the direct financial pressure to reduce emissions. And so because as the year climate policies become stricter, the system faces a serious problem, the carbon ledgers. It means that they regulation of the high emission production into the non-EU area and also import of the high carbon goods into the EU. So to face that problem, the CBAM is designed to apply the carbon tax on the imported heavy industrial products to ensure that the embedded emissions in imported goods are subject to a carbon price equivalent to Europe domestic productions. And so the pressure of CBAM focused the global market to change and turning the EU ETS into the supreme reference model. And so the process pressure is to focus exporting countries to green their production process, and they need to transparent their data, and also need to encourage countries to develop domestic carbon pricing mechanism to avoid taxation at the Europe border. So the EU ETS is no longer just a European policy, it is a global reference model actively pressing exporting nations to establish domestic carbon pricing. And so the EU is Vietnam's third largest export market, and the implementation of the CBAM creates an immediately cost risk for exporter, increasing the urgency for Vietnam to build its ETS, a system and fulfill its COP26 commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. So for the phase right now, from Jan 2026 up to the 2028 is a pilot phase, and of 2029 onward, so it gradually transitions to the action-based system. And so establishment of the domestic ETS represents a milestone in the green transition, and it takes export competitiveness while directly incentivizing domestic clean technology. So the influence of EU ETS extends far beyond Europe, becoming a reference model for Vietnam and many countries in developing carbon market and pursuing net zero emissions targets by 2050. And understand the carbon pricing mechanism will help business understand the factors influencing Europe prices and manage risks in the emissions reduction process and improve the energy efficiency and invest in clean technology. So the EUAs represent the legal right to emit 1 ton of the carbon dioxide or an equivalent amount of greenhouse gas. So firms monitor, report, and surrender the allowance annually, and excess emissions can buy additional permits or face penalties, and low emissions can bank unused allowance or sell for profit. So until now, the EU ETS developed in 4 phases. For the phase 1 is a pilot learning by doing, and it face oversupply and lead to the price collapse to zero by 2007. And for the phase 3 is because the 2008 financial crisis causes the unexpected emission reduction, and so the large surplus price. And from the phase 3 and phase 4, the EU also they also use the audition and use the MSR, and so that's why the market has become mature. And so the determinants of EUA prices, when we research, so we can find that the energy factor and financial factor, and also include the weather factor. And And for the energy factors, so it's include the Brent oil, the natural gas, and Rotterdam coal. And for financial factors, so we also have the CAC 40, DAS 30, FTS, SDFE, and Stock 50, 600, and SBS 500, and other stocks index. And whether we have the energy demand effect and also temperature cells. But the most we study focus on the phase 1 and phase 2, but the experimental periods with the allowance surplus and structured transits in the phase 3 and phase 4 are not fully examined. And traditional linear model limit in the capturing the non-linear and time varying relationship. And they also use a machine learning approach, but the data is outdated. And so our research here focus on 2 questions. So question 1, how do energy financial and weather variable influencing the EUR prices across phases 3 and 4, and which machine learning model BPNN, SVM, and RF provides the highest forecasting accuracy in capturing nonlinear patterns in EUR price dynamics. So we have the hypothesis for the energy pillar and financial pillar, climate pillar, and for structure pillar is the phase differences in the for the hypothesis 4. Okay, so next for the methodology.
For the lake path is our methodology for the first data collection and some other method. For our data collection and variable recursion, we collect data from investing.com for some variable like the carbon, or we call the EUA price. For the energy, it Brent oil, TFT gas, and Rotterdam coal. For the climate variable, we collect the Europe temperature from the NOAA. The sample period is from January 1, 2013 to March 2016. Is the frequency of the data daily with the observation of 4,710 full sample, and 2008 17 in phase 3 and 1,893 in phase 4. For the econometric model, we use the VAR model to capture the dynamic interrelationship among carbon, energy, and financial variable, and endogenous variable are jointly determined. And for the first variable inferred different logarithm for stationary, and like our machine learning model, we use machine learning model to predict the future price, to predict in the price in the future. This is our descriptive statistic and correlation. And this the key descriptive statistic, the EUA show the strong correlation with stock in the side. It for CAC 40 is 0.89, and NB 500 is 0.893 also, and moderate correlation with energy commodity. The temperature variable so near zero correlation, suggesting with direct climate brine linkage. For the VAF analysis, as you can see, the full set shows several severe multicollinearity among stock indices. For the stock 50, the VAF is equal to 127. And after dropping CAC 40, DAS, and FTSE, and stock 50, all retained variable are acceptable at VIP below 10. For the ADF interpretation, all variable are long stationary in level, but stationary in first different confirm iteration for VAR and using first different logarithm. For the VAR estimation result, the Rotterdam coal is a more consistent determinant. Brent oil significant in a full sample and phase 3, and NB 500 become weakly significant in only in phase 4. natural gas and weather variable remain insignificant throughout our specification. And for the diazolytic check and Granger causality, our model stable and residual autocorrelation remain at no lag. Jacques-Bera reject Lomo across our model and normally it present feature. And for the Granger causality, it confirmed that Rotterdam 𝐒 consistently 𝐒 the UA across our period, but Brent oil is significant in phase 3 only. SB 500 when weak significant in phase 4. This is our IRF function and FAVD. For the ERF, the mod respond in first 1 to 2 period and short run transmission. For the Rotterdam 𝐒 consistently negative, so mod robust driver. And Brent oil gas valence and small positive fade quickly. And phase 3 more resistant, phase 4 faster decay. And for the robustness check, we have to confirm that if our VAR is suitable for our research. For the we have to check the VAR to robustness check to confirm the VAR one result. And we have to conduct other robust is an alternative weather measure as mentioned in other research. The extremely weather condition affect the UA bright. At our production research is broadly coal remain significant across Brent oil not significant in phase 4 and SB 500 broad significant in phase 4 only. For the machine learning model, we have the best model is FVM with R-square of 98%. For the then we selected the best model is the FVM with the highest R-square and lowest error across all metric and statistically superior to all competitors at 1%. And we have to use SAP analysis to examine the equation.
Okay, so for the discussion, after hypothesis test, we found that the coal is the strongest and most consistent determinants of the EU prices across both phases 3 and phase 4, and are significant in phase 3, but their influence weakened notably in the phase 4. So for the financial factors, occurs only the SP 500 exerts stronger impact in phase 4 and reflecting the increasing financialization of the carbon market. And for the weather factors, the average temperature has no effect, but the extreme temperature conditions are significant in phase 3 but become insignificant in phase 4. And for the machine learning, we found that the SVM model outperform and achieving the higher accuracy and greater stability. As for lessons for Vietnam, after we have the EU experience and also have the key lessons from EU ETS for Vietnam. And for the Vietnam, because the phase 1 and phase 2 is use of free allocation in the early ETS phases, and so the supply cost EUA price collapse and quick MRV and emissions data in phase 1 and 2, and gradual transmission from the free allocation to auctions. And so for Vietnam, need to conditions free allocation, emissions reduction commitments, and require for free allowance, and also need to transparent the measurements, reporting, and verification emissions. And so after the major market need to reinvest auction revenues and fund green innovation and clean energy. And because the coal is the stronger influence in EUA price, and Vietnam offering you more than 33% coal to produce electricity, so it's urgent transition needed. And for the ETS, revenue for low-income houses and support about the social equity. So our research has some key contributions. We use updated data sets from January 2013 to March 2026 is convergence of phase 3 and phase 4 under the evolving regulation conditions. And we also use a dual framework mix of VAR and VAR granger and machine learning. And for structure evaluations, we found that the cow remains a dominant driver and our gas influence declines and financial factors get more important in phase 4. And it also has some implications for Vietnam and emerging carbon markets to build their own ETS. So I have some limitation such as omitted variable, institutional factors, or some model limitation about the VAR, and have some future research direction need to add some GDP, exchange rate, or other factors. Okay, so this is the end of the presentation. So thank you so much. Okay. We have the video of about the we have an app to build to forecast the EUA.
Tắt hộ em. Tắt hộ em.
First of all, as I say, because I already sit in your, presentation at the faculty level, so I just want to clarify something. Because personally, I really like what you are doing. Okay. However, I still need to clarify something. First of all, here, as you can see, you have 3 factors, right? You have 3 factors. We say like 3 factor groups. Let's say that it's not 3 factors. But the first is about, I'm just moving here. First is about energy factors, financial factor, and weather factor. However, in the writing, no reason for that. You have the first of all, you have the first one, you talk about overview of the carbon pricing mechanism in the EU ETS, and then you move to right away 3 factor groups. For me, of course, it's good, but still need like why? Why we choosing those factors? It's kind of foundation for them. Why not this one and not the other one? We have so many factors, so why we come up with this? And still, after the faculty level, you haven't correct this one. So from my perspective, the next one is about data analysis. My question: last time we commented that when you do the lag model, do you change the lag model? Tell me about that. The lag model. Yes, like how much lag between the dependent variables and independent variable, because I remember last time I commented a lot on it, right? Yeah. How long? 1 day, yes. And I haven't seen why 1 day.
Bọn em có kiểm định là vì dùng chọn lag 1 và mô hình cho đưa ra kết quả là phù hợp với lag 1 và có đưa ra lag 8, nhưng mà em sợ lag 8 nó sẽ đưa ra cái số lượng tham số là quá nhiều, sợ là một cái mô hình nó sẽ dự đoán là nó quá nhiều tham số, mô hình phức tạp và dự đoán là có thể kết quả không chính xác.
Yes, so because I did say lag log 1 to whatever, right? So you need, because last time I commented that because the financial markets is overlapped around the world, the London and, the New York, so that's the reason why it might be overlapped. So that's the reason why when we identify, I mean, the log 1, maybe not a log 1 really. I did comment that, right? For example, just the same day, but maybe here in the US and here in the UK, it's still the same day. You know what I mean? Yeah, I did say that. And you go for the three phases, and for each phases, you have a certain, it's a certain factor associated with that, the pricing, right? So I'm still concerning about the previous, as I did say last time, if have a certain model can predict carbon pricing, like carbon prices in the European country. So at least in the literature, you need to show us anyone did this before, why they didn't do this. Because, if the people can predict the carbon prices, carbon credits prices in the ETS market, so they did long time ago. Why? A lot of people around the world, they trading on carbon credit, and then they want to know. And because they can, long and short, they can forward whatever, right? So that's the reason still in the report, you haven't shown us those things, even though I really like the idea because it's quite trendy nowadays when Vietnam develops a carbon credit market very near future. And yeah, now it's started already. So that's my comment. I have no question. So I hope that from my view, I think this is very good one from my view of the idea. So if you can do it for it like EU ETS, so thinking, if now in Vietnam, of course I didn't say you can do it right away, but like you can work with your supervisor and you can have like not just 1 year project, you can have you can continue to doing that. And I hope that later on, when the carbon credit markets in Vietnam to operate, maybe some research can apply, So that's what I really hope for. Okay? Yeah, that's my comment.
First, I like the way you use Ranger test. However, I would prefer you have like 3 or 4, something like this, because in the carbon quota study, we do see multiple years lagging rather than immediate impact. This is the first comment. The second comment is that recently the Donald Trump administration said that that kind of research is irrelevant. Why? Yeah, because many company SP 500 they move most of their production to Vietnam, to Cambodia, the country that is out of the carbon quota to some degree. Right? For example, if they make it in United States, they have to compete for carbon limitation, which is already full. But when they move to Vietnam, where the manufacturing is is underdeveloped, they have room of carbon to use, right? So many FDI company assumed that carbon limit, and by doing so, they use a status in Vietnam, which is an underdeveloped country, and they pay much less cost than in the United States. That's why the administration, the Trump administration, said that it is kind of bullshit, and then they withdraw. So that is the reason that maybe you would have to put something in there to identify the different, right? Otherwise, SP 500, most of them have production in the non-developed country, and that is not comparable with the other company making product in EU territory or in United States territory. Okay, so this is and the other question is, do you collect the yearly data or what semester data? Daily. Oh, daily is to my understanding, like 2004, I study this kind of topic in United States, and we were told that the study should be like multiple years rather than daily. I believe that how you can measure it daily, right? So how you can, for example, if you say the total, like you use the power, use the water. If you use each drop of the water, you pay. It is very, high transactional cost, right? So they wait until the end of the month, and you pay all at once. So if you use daily, it is not, applicable to my understanding. Carbon nó là accrual, tức là khoản tính cộng dồn. Họ tính là sau hết một năm hoặc là nhiều năm họ mới tính một lần, chứ không như cũng giống như điện nước. Nếu bạn cứ sử dụng số nào trả tiền luôn số đấy thì cái chi phí transaction cost nó rất là cao, nên họ cộng dồn đến cuối năm cuối tháng họ trả một thể. Đấy, thì cái carbon là thế. Thế nên là nếu mà tính có khi là mình tính theo cái thời gian đủ dài một tí. Thì đúng rồi, nhưng mà tính là trong period, trong cả một năm phải cộng dồn. Đấy, phải tính từ đầu đến cuối chứ không ai đo hàng ngày. Nó đang đúng rồi.
As pricing like correlation
Đúng rồi, cũng như là giá cổ phiếu bây giờ vào tháng này lại bao nhiêu, không ai đi tính hàng ngày cả, mà phải lấy giá cuối cùng trừ đi giá đầu tháng, chứ không ai tính hàng ngày. Nhưng mà Sorbonne của Pháp thì nó như Harvard của Mỹ, thì như Oxford của Anh.
Good morning to the Board of Justice and attendees that are here in today's session. My name is Hiện. It's my honor giving a presentation for the research work of my group. My research topic is empirical analysis of trade credit as the role of admitted firms. For many decades, trade credit has often been viewed as a tool to offset short-term capital shortages. However, the modern context requires to reconsider it through a new lens, scalability. Today, leveraging supplier financing is no longer an economic transaction, but has become a strategic resource that enables firms to sustain long-term activities such as R&D and risk management. Although globally, trade credit accounts for up to 20% of total corporate assets,
research in Vietnam remain relatively fragmented. We know that firms face difficulties in accessing capital. It's unclear that whether this informal financing channel truly helps listed company in Vietnam achieve stable growth, especially when they are confronted with major shocks such as the COVID-19 period or the period of monetary tightening. Again, this backdrop, this study is conducted to examine how trade credit contributes to the sudden growth of Vietnamese firms and through which mechanism does this impact occur, and for which sectors is this effect more pronounced? And finally, does the relationship between trade credit and sudden growth change under the influence of external shocks? Before addressing this question, it's important to clarify what trade credit is. Trade credit is a form of short-term financing in which the seller allows the buyer to delay payment for goods or services received. In this study, we measure trade credit using trade payables rather than trade receivables because the trade receivable mainly reflect firms' credit provision to customer, whereas trade payables better captures firms' active use of supply credit as a short-term financing that substitutes for bank financing. In other words, it represents that how firms use trade credit to supplement working capital, maintain operations, and thereby create conditions for long-term sustainable growth. Meanwhile, sustainable growth refers to the maximum growth rate at which a company can grow while maintaining unchanged financial policy. In Vietnam, the existing study are still limited and often focused on specific sector. So there is a lack of cross-industry empirical research directly examining the relationship between financing source and sustainable growth of Vietnamese firms. However, several international studies suggest that trade credit serves as an effective substitute for bank financing, particularly in underdeveloped financial markets, helping firms improve productivity and promote sustainable growth. Moreover, the international studies has mainly focused on the direct relationship without clearly explaining the underlying mechanism. Therefore, we'll propose the hypothesis as you can see on the slide. About data, the study used annual secondary financial data extracted from the FinPro platform. The data set consists of 6,225 firm observations from 450 listed non-financial companies listed on the Ho Chi Minh Stock Exchange and Hanoi Stock Exchange over the period from 2010 to 2024. To test the hypothesis, the study employed OLS regression with industry and time fixed effects. The study also conducts extended analysis, including the use of alternative measures and interaction models to clarify the monitoring role of cash holdings, as well as mechanism test and industry level analysis to examine the heterogeneity. Furthermore, to assess this impact and the uncertainty, the study incorporates a COVID-19 shock analysis and long-term models results of T+1, T+2, and T+3 to examine the effect of trade credit on future sustainable growth. All data processing and regression analysis are performed using star software. This is my research model. About data analysis and findings, the baseline regression result indicates that trade credit, the coefficient of trade credit is 0.1672 without industry and time fixed effect, and 0.2076 when these fixed effects are included, and both are significant at the 1% level. This indicates that trade credit has significantly positive impact on STEM growth. This finding fully supports the hypothesis one and is consistent with the previous international studies. To answer the bonus of the results, we employ an alternative sustainable growth to alternative measure of sustainable growth and obtain findings that are consistent with the baseline regression results. The study also examined the monitoring role of custodian in the relationship between trade credit and sustainable growth. The results show that the interaction term is positive and statistically significant. This indicates that custodian strengthens the positive effect of trade credit on sustainable growth. For mechanism test, the result indicates that the trade credit plays a stronger role in financially constrained firms. The interaction term between trade credit and financial constraints is positive and statistically significant, indicating that trade credit, trade credit serves as an alternative financing that that helps firms sustain growth when access to external financing is limited. The results from liquidity channel analysis show that the trade credit negatively impact on liquidity, while liquidity itself has a negative effect on sustainable growth. These findings suggest that trade credit may enhance sustainable growth due to reducing idle liquid assets holdings and improve firms' capital efficiency. Due to the differences in operating characteristic and financing needs across industry, the impact of trade credit on sustainable growth is also heterogeneous. In the we find that the strongest positive effect are observed in industries such as basic materials and oil and gas, while the industrials and technology also show positive results. However, in industries such as consumer goods, healthcare, and utilities, the effects are not statistically significant. This indicates that trade credit is more effective in industries that are material intention and have a great ability to convert working capital into growth. When examining during the impact of COVID-19 period, the trade credit still supports the stable growth. However, the interaction term between trade credit and stable growth is negative and statistically significant, indicating that trade credit, the effectiveness of trade credit weakened due to supply chain disruption or risk liquidity risk during the pandemic period. When extending the analysis to the long term, the results show that trade credit not only has a short-term effect on short-term effect, but also have some stable growth over the following 3 years. Although the magnitude of the effect gradually declines over time, the results remain statistically significant at the 1% level. In conclusion, the study showed that trade credit has a positive impact on the stable growth of Vietnamese firms. The effect is stronger for firms with large, very higher cash holding and is explained through mechanism of liquidity and financial constraints. At the same time, the effectiveness of trade credit varies across industry and is more pronounced in raw material intensive sectors. And although the effect of trade credit declines during the COVID-19 period, the result, the relationship still remains significant. The effect and the long-term effect also suggest that the effect of trade credit continue to be significant over the following 3 years. About implication, the study contributes to the literature by not only examining the relationship between trade credit on sustainable growth, but also clarifying the underlying mechanism of liquidity and financial constraints. The study also highlights the heterogeneity across industry from a practical implication. The results suggest that firms can use trade credit as a flexible financing tool to support sustainable growth and reduce dependence on bank financing, particularly in under financial constraints. Policymakers should also improve credit conditions, particularly during the period of economic uncertainty. The study also has several limitations that warrant further improvement. From a methodological perspective, the use of the OF model may not fully address endogeneity, thus cannot definitely establish causation. Therefore, future research should apply more advanced techniques such as the GMM or the industrial variables. And moreover, the current study has not incorporated emerging financing sources such as the green financings. This represents an important avenue for extension, enabling a more comprehensive view of firms' sustainable financing strategies. That concludes my presentation. I'm just looking forward to receiving the feedback and suggestions from the committee to that further improve my study. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, this one is a traditional study, right? And you use a traditional methods. Can you go back to your model, your equation? Yeah. First, I would like you to go back to the comparison between the industry. I see you have a table, right? Identify the difference between the 6 industry, right? No, the other one. Yeah. Okay. In this one, do you find and can you explain the difference between each industry in here? That means you already have like how many 8 industry, right? So do you see the difference between the industry, and can you explain why they are different?
First, basic materials and oil and gas have strongest positive effect because these sectors has raw material intensive and have high asset liquidation capacity. Their inputs are typically undifferentiated goods. So this allowing supplier to easily recover and resell when the default.
Okay.
And with industrial and technology, the characteristic of long-term supplier relationship and customized products, this creates such costs to encourage supplier to extend trade credit to sustain cooperation.
Oh, okay, that's good enough. So now in here we have like 2, 4, 6, 7 variables, right? do you address different scales of the variable? For example, for the age, you have from like 1 to 20, something like this. For the profit, maybe from minus 20 something to plus 20% something. They belong to different scale. Do you address this? I mean, did you standardize the values of variables? Ý thầy giáo là này, tức là có cái thì là 1 tỷ, 2 tỷ. Đấy, có cái thì chỉ từ có 20%, 30%. Đấy, thì nếu mà chạy hết vào trong một model thì có thể nó không tương thích ấy, thì người ta hay standardize ấy. Đấy, thì các bạn có standardize cái đấy không?
We standardize for psi equals logarithm of total assets, but net cash flow and edge we not.
Okay, so this is an opportunity for you to improve it. Right? Otherwise, maybe the result is not very accurate. Okay. For such kind of study, very often we standardize all of the data so that they belong to the same scale. It is more comparable. Okay. And now, can you discuss the industry fixed effect? Why you do not have the random effect in your model? Okay, never mind. Okay.
So could you show me the data structure? The data is a cross or panel. You know, panel data, firm repeatedly survey across different years. So we can observe the same firm over many years later. So in the data is a cross-sectional data or panel data?
Panel data.
Panel data, really? So if you have a panel data, we can use a fixed effect, not OLS. Here I see the result here is a pool data because we pool different firms across different years together and we have a pooled data, not panel data. That's why Dr. asked you why didn't you apply random effect or fixed effect in your study. Could you explain me either cross-sectional data or panel data? You know cross-sectional data or panel data? In my econometric course, I explained you, I show you different kind of data structure. We have cross-sectional data, pool, cross-sectional data, panel or longitudinal data, time series data, and different data requires different econometric model. I think that is a pool data, not panel data. That's why you cannot apply fixed effect or other model. So could you show me how did you measure COVID-19 variable in your model?
We use dummy variables.
Dummy
COVID equal 1 from
if year equal 2019
yes.
and otherwise 0,
Yes.
and you interact COVID-19 variable with trade
credit.
credit. Okay. Here you apply pool cross-sectional model, so you can use a standardized or beta coefficient as Dr. Hưng suggests. You don't need to standardize on variable. You can try beta after using stator command rec, and we can obtain standardized coefficient. And you can look at the standardized coefficient to compare which variable has a larger effect on the dependent variable very easily. If here we have a cross-sectional data, we can use a beta or standardized coefficient. Thank you so much.
Cảm ơn thầy.
Respect our professor and guest.
Càng bí quyết thì Chris càng nhỏ. Nhìn thấy kết quả rồi. Nói là ngoài đấy.
Bắt đầu chưa ạ? Chưa. Em sẽ nhìn thấy.
Vậy thôi. Hôm nay em chỉ có mỗi việc thuyết thầy Tuyến thôi, buổi trước thầy thuyết thầy rồi. Ít nhất mình yên tâm được một. Rồi.
Em sẽ bắt đầu vậy ạ. Today I respect professor and guests. Today our group is going presentation our research study liquidity effect on stock price crashes insight from the Vietnamese market. Good by in advisors Nguyễn Hoàng Lan. This is the all member. And we have divided into 5 main sections, starting with introduction, literature review, data methodology, empirical result, and finally is conclusion recommendation. To begin, let's take at our core definition. According to Holden and Society, stock liquidity is the ability to transact a significant quantity of share quickly and at a low cost. On the other hand, stock price characteristic refers students price drop due to delayed bad news, noted by Sáng and others. We examine this relationship within the Vietnamese market content, an emerging market with relative low transparency, limited liquidity, and a high proportion of individual investors. Currently, there is a theoretical conflict how stock liquidity affect on this risk. The governance view that higher liquidity lead to better monitoring, which reduce cash risk. However, short-termism views that higher liquidity generation investor and encourage bad new holding, which increase cash risk. Given this conflict, our study addressed research question: does stock liquidity reduce or increase stock price classic in Vietnam?
Next part is literature reviews, and next is theory framework, and the first is information asymmetry theory, and suggests that transparency is low and manager to withhold the bad news to protect the interest, and the last is leading a crash. Next is a short-term theory. It explain the pressure by immediately research and certify long-term stability. It affect the highly liquid market. And let's move to main two variable. The first is stock liquidity. Is the ability to trade large volume quickly and have a low cost and without significant to affect the price. Next is stock price characteristics. It a certain dramatic drop in stock price and high negative info to a tipping point. The next is a relationship between stock liquidity and stock price characteristics, and the teachers can see it. The global and in Vietnam is two different. In global, it found a positive correlation and high liquidity increase across. But however, in Vietnam, it will have different, and the researcher to find to its negative or positive relationship. And the last is hypothesis development. And we develop one interest. One interest hypothesis is stock liquidity decrease stock price crash in Vietnam. And my part is and next part is in Asia.
First of all, we collected data from we collect data from the Fin Group database covering an 11-year period. Our sample included all firms listed on Ho Chi Minh Stock Exchange and Hanoi Stock Exchange. To maintain consistency, we excluded financial firm, and in addition, we apply Windsorize at 10% and 90% to manage potential outliers. As a result, our final data set consists of 2,860 firm years observation from 260 non-financial firms. In this study, the dependent variable is stock price cross risk, and the independent variable is stock liquidity. We also included several control variables, including firm size, firm age, profitability, volatility, leverage, and the price-to-book ratio. Moving on to the measurement of our variable. First, the dependent variables. A higher NC skill value indicates a higher profitability of future stock price cross risk. Second, the independent variable we use to proxy for stock liquidity. These are 𝐒𝐢 ratio and stock turnover. I would like to highlight a key technical adjustment here. Since the original 𝐒𝐢 formula measure illiquidity, we decided to multiply this value by -1 to transform it into a liquidity proxy. Consequently, a higher liquid now represent higher liquidity. This ensures that all our liquidity measures move in the same directions, making the interpretation of our regression coefficient much clearer and more consistent. Finally, this study used a baseline regressions model, include stock liquidity as a main explanatory variable, and also control for firm-specific characteristic. In terms of estimation methods, the study applies the two-step system GMM approach. This system helps address endogeneity and heteroscedasticity, which are common in panel data research, to improve the reliability of the result. Or independent variables are lagged by one period. And the next part is presented by Thu Trang.
The next part, I will present the empirical results. Regarding descriptive static, the mean of NC-skew is -0.444, confirming the presence of crash risk in our sample. And furthermore, all VIS value are below 2, so multicollinearity is not a concern for regression. Moving to the baseline regression results, we use 3 models to estimate OLS, FEM, and REM. Across all 3 models, the stock liquidity has positive and statistically significant effect on crash risk. This suggests that higher liquidity associates greater crash risk. Regarding the model selection, the Houseman test suggests REM for liquidity and FEM for stock turnover. This simply reflects that these two proxies capture different dimensions of trading behavior. However, there is an where important issue arises, potential endogeneity. We have 3 main sorts of endogeneity. The first is reverse causality. Firm with higher credit risk may attract more trading activity with increased credit risk, with increased liquidity. Second, omit variable. Another factor like internal corporate governance may simultaneously affect both liquidity and credit risk. Third is dynamic effect as shown in as as shown in table regression result with GMM model. The last dependent variable NCQT minus 1 is significant, meaning credit risk is persistent over time. Since OLS, GMM, and FEM, in OLS, FEM, and REM cannot fully address the issue, we apply the GMM system estimator as our robust primary model. When after controlling for endogeneity, the result changed significantly. The coefficient of both liquidity measure become negative and significant. Regarding this divergence, I would to clarify that the positive coefficient in static model OLS, FEM, and REM is likely biased due to endogeneity and reverse causality. The GMM results review the true the shift to negative side in the GMM results is precise correction by filtering out the noise of endogeneity and reverse causality. The GMM result had reviewed the true mechanism in Vietnamese market. Liquidity acts as an effective external corporate governance tool. It enhance information transparency and deter manager from hoarding best news, thereby reduce the likelihood of stock price crash. Our model is valid due to there is no second order autocorrelation and the instruments are valid. So therefore, the GMM results are reliable.
So we will move to the final part about conclusion and recommendation. First, I will conclusion by using the comprehensive payload datasets and applying econometric methods, and we find the 2 points. First is using GMM to fix the statistical biases. The research proved the upper side higher stock liquidity will significantly reduce the future cross risk, and stock liquidity will speed up the integration of information into stock buy and preventing margin from the hiding bad news and reducing the risk of sudden price crash. And about the theoretical implication, our GMM research support the governance view in the context of an emerging market. We provide the data evidence that liquidity enhance the teeth of asset, empower investors to implication monitor and describe the manager, thereby reducing information asymmetries of bad news boarding. And about the practical implication, is reduce liquidity when reduce cross risk, provide a highly actionable insight for various market participants for the regulator and policy maker. Liquidity policy serve as a macro safeguard to against systemic instability. For the corporate manager, high liquidity are safer in the emerging market as they minimize the export to hide the bad news. And the finally is for board of director is the proactive disclosure attract liquidity and the lower the cost of capital and prevent the devastating price of correction. And the limitation and future research of our research about the limitations, the study finding the currently limited of the Vietnamese market. Therefore, further research across a different country will need to confirm if the result applied to globally, and this study did not deeply explore the heterogeneous impact of different ownership structure on the liquidity characteristic. And the future research, there are two future research here about the ownership as mandatory. So investigate of different ownership type if strengthen or weaken the discrete power of liquidity. And the new metric, we use the alternative cost process and the behavior finance metric for more comprehensive market movement. Thank you for your assistance of our group.
It is very difficult to find a question for you. This is because this one is very traditional study, right? I see it multiple times in many years. So maybe I only have the question of kind like clarification. Okay, for example, now the first one, you measure growth opportunity. How you measure it? Can you explain your measurement in your study? Growth opportunity. You have it in page like 27.
27.
In the table number 1 in page 27. Yeah. Yeah. Table number 1 in page 27. Yeah. Just explain it.
Can you explain?
Okay, never mind. So now turn to page 26. You have the turned IT. This is your stock turnover, and then you measure the total trading volume after adjustment, and the total number of shares outstanding. Right? Have you taken into account the total share outstanding would change over the year? Trong cái tỷ số turn trong trang 26 đấy, thì các bạn dùng cái tỷ số turn đấy thì có để ý đến, tức là bởi vì đôi khi thầy giáo làm cũng hay bị nhầm mà, tức là giữa các năm, một số năm là cứ 2 năm một lần, có khi là nó tăng cái số outstanding stock ấy, thì đã kiểm tra cái chỗ đấy chưa? Nếu mà chia cho cùng một con số.
Chúng em đã kiểm tra cái phần đấy rồi ạ, và rất là chi tiết, thì bọn em cũng có phát hiện là sẽ thay đổi sau 2 năm một lần như
Okay,
thế.
so you already adjust the total share outstanding.
Yes, we
So
also
that
this.
is very good. Now, so can you explain your measure of the skill? Now, the meaning, of the skill. If it is negative, that would be like risky, right? You think like that? In the page 25. Page 25, you have NIS, NC school. Skillness is like, you rather negative skill or positive skill, right? Can you explain in your indicator, the negative number would mean what? And positive would mean what?
The NC skill is capital negative skill, right? And the SQ quantify the asymmetry between the exchange negative and positive return, like a higher SQ when the value indicator take a left tail, như kiểu là cái lợi nhuận âm, thì nếu như mà SQ cao thì cái lợi nhuận âm nó cao, thì cái cổ phiếu đấy sẽ có nguy cơ sụp đổ giá và nỗ nặng ạ. Cái công thức SQ này bọn em sẽ đo cái độ chênh lệch của lợi nhuận dương và lợi nhuận âm, thì nếu như mà nó càng cao thì rủi ro sụp đổ giá càng mạnh ạ.
Okay, so it is more clear. But why you push the negative side in front of your equation? If without the negative side, can you get the number? Because I would think that that equation would return either a positive result or a negative result. So why we need to make a negative on that? This is just a kind of, clarification. Or you take it from the literature, right? Or you develop themselves, yourself. Cái công thức này các bạn lấy sẵn từ literature đi.
Dạ vâng ạ,
Hay là tự phát triển?
chúng em lấy sẵn từ literature.
Okay, so it is already proven in the literature.
Dạ vâng ạ.
You do not have to explain about this. Okay, so now the other question for clarification. So why you have too many control variable?
Yes. Để cho chắc chắn về kết quả, để cho bạn em có nhiều control để cho đúng mà. Yes, it's controllable to the exactly the result. So we apply so many control variable. It's the reason.
The controlling variables. So you adopt the same as the previous research, is it?
Yes, we collect the newspaper and following the prior study on stock price characteristic.
So this means that you follow a key paper, okay, on the models and the variables, the control variables. So you follow.
Yes.
Okay.
From,
Exactly.
Just from different.
Yeah, because we are wondering why you select too many control variables for your models. So, which means that you adopt the similar the way as the previous research.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so my question, because I misread your study. I think that you have like average of your six variable into a single variable controls.
Yes.
Right. So next time maybe you should identify individual variable rather than writing like that. Yeah, because if you write a single variable in here, I would understand that you take the average of the six one into.
I will identify that's actually.
Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. So I have no more question. I think your study is a kind of traditional study that we can see in the previous year. And can you have like a comment in like the similarity of your finding with the previous study? Do you have the same comment, the same finding, the same implication, or you have a different result? Yeah. For example, we would expect that you have something different. Otherwise, this is just a kind of redo the same study to find the same result. If you find something different, okay, verify the previous study, or you can explain that in the case of Vietnam, maybe because we have some kind of specificity different to the other country, different to the other time, different to the other period where we have pandemic or the war, something like that, and then the result is different. Do you have any comment on that? No. Okay, so that's good for me.
I think different in our sample is the results in static model is different in the GMM results.
No, here the teacher want to ask you that. So finding is similar to previous study or differ from previous study?
Similar. This similar to other study.
Replicate, verify the same finding from previous study because of Vietnamese context. Okay.
Hello. Good morning, Council. Today, our group is our honor to introduce to you the impacts of the FTSE Russell market reclassifications on the stock return and volatility in Vietnam. So let's hit. Okay, this our table contains. Okay, let's hit this new up by the hottest new in the Vietnam market reclassifications. That FTSE confirmed that Vietnam is a emerging market status, and it just published on the April 8th, 2026, just a month ago. So as you can see, the reaction of the markets is jump over 260 point, nearly 70.6% increase. So you may ask the question. You may ask the question: is this a sustainable structural capital flow or just a short-term market excitement? Okay, so to understand it, let's look back to the October 2025. You can see the chart have a similar increase in the short term. So the process from the frontier market to emerging markets is not just on single events, but it trigger massive inflow from the global ETF funds and also drive the market, while asset regulations and it may enhance liquidity and also the transparency. So in our research, we will compare Vietnam stock market with Saudi Arabia stock market. As you can see on the slide, that we have a same DNA roadmap reform. Saudi Arabia is a successful case that we can apply and we can compare to give Vietnam some evaluations and also some recommendations. And let's move on to the context.
And for the context, we all see that Vietnam economy nowadays has been the economy has been growing strongly nowadays, with the GDP is over 8%, and it has a fast-growing stock market. Also, however, in the past, Vietnam still consider other frontier market which limit the international capital investment to invest in, and then and if our market is upgraded, it could bring more investment from the global fund. So that's the reason this is an important long-term factor, not just a one-time event. And about the FTSE Russell, which is the organization that upgrade our stock market, FTSE Russell is an organization under the London Exchange Group that classified the market into 3 types, which is frontier, emerging, also developed. And when a country is upgraded, it can attract more capital inflow from the international. Also, the short-term price can trend, and we will have the better market liquidity. And for that reason, FTSE announcement often have a strong impact on the stock market. And when we do a research from the previous research, we see that they just look at one-time events, and it cannot capture how the stock market upgrade, the upgrade process develop over the time. Moreover, the Vietnam stock market is mostly driven by the individual, which is more than 80% of transaction, and we see the decrease in the international investment. So that's make the Vietnam different from the others, and it's required to have the broader analysis. To solve this, we also build a research model. We will see if these announcements have created the abnormal return, also the cumulative abnormal return across the capitalization group, also the industry group into country, which is Vietnam and Saudi Arabia. And we also see if the announcement have effect on the post-return, also the volatility using the amalgam model. And then we will see if there is any different effect between the capitalization and then in industry group. Finally, we will compare the relation between the stock market of Vietnam and Saudi Arab. For the hypothesis, we have 5 hypotheses in total. For the methodology, we use the quantitative quasi-experimental approach, which is compare the before also after the event. We collect the data like closing the price of each industry group, also the capitalization. In Vietnam, we collect for three periods, which is 2018, 2025, and 2026. And we do the same with the Saudi Arab, but in Saudi Arab, we just take for 2 periods, which is 2018 and 2019. First, we will apply the event study method, which is based on the efficient market hypothesis. This method assumes that the stock market price reflects the new information, and we can calculate the abnormal return by comparing the actual return with the expected return, and then sum up them into cumulative abnormal return. And here some variable in the event study. We have the daily log return, the market model, and from the daily log return and market model, we calculate the abnormal return and then sum up them into the cumulative abnormal return. And second, we will apply the Armagraph model, which is divided into 2 parts. The Armagraph part, which is the average return, and the graph part to measure the volatility of volatility dynamic. And then we also add the event dummy variable to see if the FTSE announcement have the effect on both return and announcement, both return and volatility. Here's some variable in the Armagraph. We have event dummy variable, which is the event T to capturing the FTSE announcement effect, and we have the Armagraph part, and then from the graph part, we will add the event dummy variable.
Okay, so move to the result and discussion here. This is our result of event study. Okay, look at the table here. This table compare how the sector in Vietnam and Saudi Arabia react to the FTSE announcement. First, look at the Vietnam 2025. You can see almost the number here are red and negative, and only financial service, material, banking, and industrial are statistically significant. And in Saudi Arabia in 2018, almost sector are significant, but they are less negative numbers than Vietnam, and they have more significant results than Vietnam too. For example, for healthcare and farmers, public utility, financial service, banking, retail, and energy. And you can see all the significant index in the short window. So the two line chart here. So a full picture of how CAR, which is stand for cumulative abnormal return, evolve day by day from 10 days before and 10 days after the assignment. So the red line here will stand so for the announcement day, and on the left, in Vietnam 2025, you can see most sector from the announcement day starting drifting downward almost immediately around the announcement day. And so the investor were already positioned before the new, and when it became official, they start selling. So the pattern here is buy the rumor, sell the new dominate. And in Saudi Arabia in 2018, the line are much flatter and more cluster near zero. So no dramatic drop, no dramatic rise, some volatility, but no clear direction. This shows the market had already absorbed expectation before the announcement day. So we moved to the Saudi Arab official inclusion in 2019. This is when passive capital actually start following in. You might expect to see widespread positive car, but look at the table. Almost the number here are positive, but they know that none of these are significant except banking here. And this most likely a technical adjustment là fund rebalancing their portfolio right before capital get deployed, temporarily pushing the price down. And this is the line chart for the Saudi Arabia 2019. So this look not very different from the 2018 announcement chart. The line are more spread out, and several sectors trend up over a time. This is the beginning of a revelation process driven by actual capital flow, not only by expectation. And this is a new result of Vietnam 2026. So Vietnam 2026 shows something we didn't see clearly in earlier period, a structural persistent pattern of capital reallocation across the sector. You can see the result in the table. Almost result, you can see there are more significant results than 2025, and the significant result across from the short window -1.1 to the wide window -10.10, and you can see almost result are negative except the financial service. But the sector benefit because it act as the gateway for foreign capital like security firm, brokerage houses, financial intermediary. When the upgrade narrative strengthen, the money follow here first. And this is the line chart for the Vietnam 2026. Almost the line decrease except the healthcare and farmer security. So the market is doing a rotation trades. Investors are not waiting for the passive capital to arrive. They are pre-positioning, selling defensive, consumer-oriented name and accumulating in financial sector stock that they believe will attract foreign flow when the upgrade become effective. So this pattern is just adjustment driven, not expected driven in the positive sense. And we also have a result for capitalization diversion between the VN13, VN medium, and VN small. And in 2 years, 2025 and 2026, in 2025, the higher expectation environment and the diversion is clear, more clear, and VN30 will reach the positive result at 2.55% in the large window, and the VN mid and VN small decrease slightly significantly, and in 2026 the VN13 dropped significantly at minus 0.95%, and the VN mid and VN small still decrease.
So let me talk about the avant-garde model. First, we will focus on the systemic risk coefficient equal V or 𝐒𝐬1. The system risk does not hit all the sectors. It just focus on the bridge sector like the telecommunication. You can see in the VN telecommunication is strongly significant. And move to the Saudi Arab case, the risk shift from the expectation to reality, impact move from the energy and to healthcare in 2019. So we can conclude that the market upgrade create a selective soft rather than broad market impact. So we move to the volatility, persistence, and differentiation. This slide will focus on the alpha and beta. The alpha is the shock immediately when the event start, and the persistence beta is how long the risk remain in market. We can see in the table, most sectors show alpha plus beta is more than 0.8. This means risk stay in the market for a long time after the shock. And in the Saudi Arab, the beta dropped from the 0.99 to
'09 as the market become more stable and professional. And in Vietnam, the financial sectors react fast to news with a high alpha, while the service and the healthcare take much longer to recover. It means the high beta. We can conclude that the foreign capital have slowly stabilized the market structure, while Vietnam still face structural risks and short-term speculations.
And welcome to comparison summary between market relation between Vietnam and Saudi Arabia. The result we illustrate in the table. And in conclusion, Vietnam has strong short-term volatility and while Saudi Arabia with stable and weak responsive with lower volatility. And the validate the robot we apply the corridor bank test as a non-parametric test. This is because financial return in emerging markets like Vietnam usually exhibit non-normativity and extreme outliers. And the test confirmed that the telecom stock in 2018 has a significant psychological shock. And we also validate the industrial 2025 has a negative adjustment. And the test also will confirm that the abnormal return did not influenced by outliers, making our result more reliable. Here is the corridor bank test statistic for cumulative abnormal return. You can see in Vietnam 2025, financial, banking, and industrial has significant, and F&B in Vietnam 2026 had also significant, but Saudi Arabia in both 2018 and 2019 had no significance in any sector. In conclusion, Vietnam show highly sensitive and more robust lead compared to smoother areas of Saudi Arabia. And we summarize the hypothesis testing result. For hypothesis 1A, 1B, we totally rejected. For hypothesis 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, we partially accepted. And the hypothesis 4, we accepted. Finally, the hypothesis 5 comparing between Vietnam and Saudi Arabia is partially accepted, because Vietnam reaction was highly speculative and Saudi Arabia was more stable. Although the study provides some valuable insight, we have some limitation about model specification, data and event window constraint, methodological scope, culturally and external factor, general stabilization, and future research direction. And we recap some key points: the reality of information structure valuation lesson, and especially the strategic implication for regulator. They should focus on improving transparency and market infrastructure to effectively. And for investor, they move away from speculative, rumor-driven news. And this is our my teamwork presentation. And thank you for your listening. You're welcome. And recommendation.
So I think I like your research. I have to say that it's still like very close to the market, and you can trace the news. You can see that from all the news, and we're gonna have the markets reclassification in maybe September or October as a plan, right? Yes. So basically, I think when I read the research here, I think you did it with care. And at least now we just have announcement. And I read the conclusion, and somehow it makes sense to me. It's like you study something and yeah, it makes sense because when we have the stock market, anytime when we have the announcement, and on stock markets they try to do some speculation kind of that one, and what we really need is like the capital flows, and of course we see the size of capital flows if we have a classification. So I think this study can help you to like follow up when we actually have the reclassification. So honestly, I think this is a good study, and you are here is good as well. Yes. Okay. Mr. Hưng, Dr. Hưng, yes.
Oh, I have no comment. Your study is very, very complicated. Yeah, and for some of your indexes you use, I have never read about that. So with a little understanding in your area of research, I would, not recommend anything about your study.
Oh, thank you so much, your group. So every member so very, very English, very fluently, and I think the event study is very suitable for the data structure. And you can draw causal relationship. Okay, I think very good research design is the best one. I have only one question. So in Vietnam, you see the data into 2025 and in Arab Saudi 2018. Can you explain why you selected different time periods for two countries? Yeah, why? Because the event or other?
Em xin phép là được giải thích bằng tiếng Việt ạ. Thì cái phần này ạ, bọn em chọn những mốc thời gian khác nhau là bọn em chọn dựa trên là cái thông tin được công bố ấy ạ. Bọn em sẽ chọn thời gian mà cái thông tin đấy được đưa ra, được công bố ra thị trường ấy ạ. Thì bọn em sẽ đo cái khoảng thời gian ở xung quanh cái sự kiện đấy ạ. Thì cái Ả Rập thì nó là một cái case study mà như em có chiếu ở trên slide ấy ạ, thì nó có cùng một cái gọi là DNA về cái chính sách như những cái policy chính sách cho Việt Nam ấy ạ. Thì em nghĩ rằng là nó là một so sánh với cả Ả Rập vào năm 2019 thì sẽ là một cái gọi là một cái ví dụ tốt, cũng như là một cái so sánh tương quan để mình có thể là đưa ra những cái cải thiện, cũng như là đưa ra những cái góp ý để mình có thể cải thiện chính sách cho Việt Nam mình ạ. Dạ vâng ạ, đây ạ. Dạ vâng ạ. Cái này em có đề cập ở trong phần limitation ấy ạ. Thì thường thì bọn em mọi người sẽ hay hỏi em là tại sao không lấy như các nước ở trên ASEAN này, các nước về châu Á này. Nhưng mà đây, cái bảng này đã thay đổi cái góc nhìn của em về việc là bọn em sẽ lấy cái case study nào để so sánh. Tại vì như kiểu các thầy cô có thể nhìn thấy trên bảng này thì ở cái lộ trình 3 năm nâng hạng của Ả Rập và lộ trình 7 năm của Việt Nam nó gần như là nó giống hệt nhau về các chính sách, như kiểu là về chính sách về vốn, các về đúng không ạ? Dạ vâng, nó similar, nó cùng một cái DNA ấy ạ. Thì em nghĩ rằng là mình so sánh như thế thì mình có thể đưa ra những cái góc nhìn, cũng như là đưa ra những cái gợi ý cho Việt Nam được chính xác nhất.
It's like comparing the before also the after the event and
Bạn nói là bạn có dùng cái từ là quasi experimental. Không biết là quasi quay ra trích lại tiếng Anh theo hai cạnh đó.
dạ vâng ạ.
Nhưng mà các em hiểu nghĩa đó.
Kiểu là nó động
Giả thí nghiệm, thí nghiệm tự nhiên đấy, nó là natural experimental.
Vâng.
Nó cho rằng những cái sốc về mặt chính sách nó giống như một cái gì đó very exogenous. Và chính vì vậy nên em mới có causal effect.
Vâng.
Bản chất của biến tích là hoàn toàn exogenous.
Vâng.
Tự ấy.
À,
Bao
dạ
giờ
vâng.
là tự giả thí nghiệm, tự thí nghiệm. Nó khác với thí nghiệm thật nhưng mà nó là giả thí nghiệm, nhưng mà nó đều. Các em đều tốt cả nhá, mỗi người một cái hay nhá.
So, các bạn ơi, so thank you very much. Và bây giờ mời các bạn ra ngoài nhé. Hội đồng sẽ làm việc. Sau khi làm việc xong thì lại mời các bạn vào nhá. Ok. Can you just go out a bit? Okay, thank you.
Alo. Anh backup động đúng không? À, anh backup backup thường thôi.
Em gọi ai đây? Chưa hiểu. Em cái gì nhỉ? Em nhỉ? Đấy là cái gì nhỉ?
Không phải bật nhạc.
Anh đang có... Đúng rồi, anh không ở nhà. Có ai đấy em? Cái gì đấy?
Thế để máy ở đây nhé.
Nó là cái gì em nhìn cho anh, nó là cái gì nhỉ? À rồi, chết, anh không ở nhà. Bây giờ em gửi cho sảnh Thác Đông cho anh. Xong anh chuyển khoản cho, hay là chưa anh về nhé. Em chuyển sảnh Thác Đông cho anh. Chụp cho anh đi.
Alo, alo, okay. Alo, alo. Các bạn sinh viên nhé, lưu ý nhé, tí nữa thì chỉ có leader lên nhận giải thưởng thôi nhé. Thành viên không lên nhé, bởi vì nó rất là đông và tránh ảnh hưởng đến cái timeline của chương trình. Chỉ có leader, các bạn đi vòng ra đằng sau này, xếp hàng lần lượt theo số thứ tự. Để ý cô MC sẽ đọc là mã đề tài, tên trưởng nhóm và giảng viên hướng dẫn và giải thưởng nhé. Các bạn lưu ý nhé.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, lecturers and students, congratulations to all 49 group of students for their successful presentation. And now we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Văn Định to make the speech.
Good morning again. Welcome back. I think that you are waiting for announcement of the result, right? But before that, we need to have a little bit formal speech, right? Congratulations. As we conclude this year's student research conference, I feel deeply inspired by the energy, creativity, and determination we have witnessed. From nearly 200 study groups and more than 500 students, 49 excellent papers reached final stage of presentation today. This is powerful reminder that our school is not only a place of learning, but also a place where ideas are born and futures are shaped. The research showcase today spanning economics and management, finance and accounting, technology and engineering, biotechnology and linguistics demonstrates the breadth of talents and the encourage explore new horizons. Each project respects the spirit of discovery, and each student has shown that research is more than science. It is a journey to growth of sharpening skill and preparing to lead in rapidly changing world. We are proud to honor the achievement of our finalists. We have 7 papers awarded first prize, 14 papers receiving second prize, 14 papers earning the third prize, and 14 remaining papers recognized as consolation prizes. And later you will have the detail. In addition to that, we also have some other prize, 6 video prize contests, including 1 first prize, 2 second prize, and 3 third prizes. And you know that from the first floor we have a lot of picture, a lot of the how can I say what poster, right? I forgot that word. You can see a lot of poster, and our committee worked very hard in evaluating this poster, and we decided to award 5 poster contests, including best content delivery, best creative design, best presentation prize, and best scientific presentation, and most impressive prize. And later you can have the detail. But let me emphasize, the true victory today belongs to every student who dares to ask questions, who works tirelessly with their peer, and who stood here to share their vision. You have proven that research is not reserved for laboratories or lecture halls. It is mindset. It's a way of approaching challenges with curiosity and courage. I encourage you to carry this spirit forward. Let this conference be the beginning of greater ambition, deeper collaboration, and broader participation. Inspire your classmates, challenge yourselves, and continue to push boundaries. The future of knowledge, innovation, and leadership is in your hand. And what you have shown today convinces me that it is a bright future indeed. On behalf of VNU International School leader, I congratulate all prize winners and participants. I thank our faculty, mentors, and organizers for their unwavering support. Together, we have created not just conference, but a community of discovery. Let us live here motivated, united, and determined to make research and cornerstone of our education, our life. Thank you, and may your journey exploration continue to grow strongly every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Văn Định, for the speech. And now we would like to announce the award results of the 18th Student Research Conference of VNU-IS. So the formula of award announcement is project code, team leader name, and the name of supervisor. So please pay attention. Consolation prize belong to the following group. KT53 Nguyễn Hải Yến, supervised by Dr. Đào Công Tuấn and Associate Professor Dr. Bùi Mỹ Trinh. KT22 Ngô Vân Giang, supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Lê Thị Mai. NN07 Nguyễn Thủy Tiên, supervisor Associate Professor Dr. Hoàng Tuyết Minh. PN09 Lương Minh Hà Phương, supervisors Master Phan Thục Anh and Master Ngô Đức Lợi. TC17 Lê Tuấn Đức, supervised by Dr. Đỗ Phương Huyền. TC2505 Nguyễn Thu Hiền, supervised by Dr. Lê Thị Thu Hường. And KS31 Trần Ánh Dương, supervised by Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng. So we would like to invite the team leader to be on stage to receive the awards. We would like to invite Dr. Lê Đức Thủy and Dr. Diêm Công Hoàng to be on stage to present the prize to students. Congratulations to all students. Thank you very much, Dr. Lê Thu Thủy and Dr. Diêm Công Hoàng for presenting the award to our students. And now we would like to announce the consolation prize. So the consolation prize belongs to the following projects: KS46 Ankin Inor Daily List and Manual, supervised by Dr. Nguyễn Văn Tánh. CN15 Nguyễn Thanh Kim Huệ, supervised by Master Đỗ Tiến Thành and Dr. Nguyễn Doãn Đông. CN01 Phan Ngọc Huyền, supervised by Dr. Kim Đình Thái. CN54 Đỗ Bích Loan, supervised by Dr. Phạm Thị Việt Hương. KS09 Trần Khánh Huyền, supervised by Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng and Associate Professor Dr. Trần Thị Oanh. KS35 Trần Phương Anh, supervised by Dr. Thân Văn Thái. And KS47 Lê Minh Sơn, supervised by Master Vũ Thị Huệ and Master Nguyễn Thục Quyên. So we would like to invite the team leader of the group to be on stage to receive the prize. And we would like to invite Dr. Kim Đình Thái and Dr. Nguyễn Thị Huyền to be on stage for presenting the awards to students. Congratulations to students, and thank you Dr. Kim Đình Thái and Dr. Nguyễn Thị Huyền for presenting awards to students. And now we will inform about the third prize. So the third prize will belong to the following project. KT55, Trần Phương Nga, supervised by Dr. Hồ Nguyễn Như Ý. KT08, Nguyễn Ngọc Nghĩa, supervised by Dr. Trương Thị Huệ. PN02, Thái Đỗ Hà Giang, supervised by Master Đỗ Quỳnh Anh and Master Nguyễn Trà My. PN10, Trần Đức Thắng, supervised by Dr. Đào Tùng. KT20, Lục Việt Anh, supervised by Dr. Đồng Văn Trung. TC21, Đặng Mỹ Ngọc, supervised by Dr. Đỗ Phương Huyền. And CN62, Nguyễn Đức Trung, supervised by Master Bùi Thanh Tùng. So please invite the team leader to be on stage. And we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Hải Thanh and Professor Dr. Nguyễn Đức Thuận to be on stage to present the prize to students. Congratulations to students. And thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Hải Thanh and Professor Dr. Nguyễn Đức Thuận for presenting the award to students. Now we would like to announce about the third prize. So the third prize will belong to the following project. CN05, Nguyễn Hoàng Hà Trang, supervised by Dr. Nguyễn Doãn Đông and Master Đỗ Tiến Thành. CN33, Hoàng Gia Bảo, supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Như Tùng. KS67, Đỗ Minh Hà, supervised by Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng. KS56, Phan Nam Khánh, supervised by Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng. KS49, Dương Thị Khánh Linh, supervised by Dr. Thân Văn Thái. And CN60, Nguyễn Minh Anh, supervised by Dr. Kim Đình Thái. So we would like to invite the team leader to be on stage for receiving the prize. We would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Trần Quang Tuyến and Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Như Tùng to be on stage to present the award to students. Congratulations to students. And thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Trần Quang Tuyến and Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Như Tùng for presenting the awards to our students. And now, we would like to inform the second prize. The second prize go to the following projects. KT25 Nguyễn Thị Khánh Linh, supervised by Dr. Nghiêm Xuân Hòa. KT54 Hà Nhật Mai, supervised by Dr. Hồ Nguyên Như Ý. KT30 Nguyễn Thu Trang, supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Lưu Thị Minh Ngọc. KT40 Phạm Phương Linh, supervised by Dr. Đồng Văn Trung. TC09 Phạm Thanh Vân, supervised by Dr. Lê Thị Thu Hường. TC07 Vương Thị Thu Trang, supervised by Master Nguyễn Hoàng Lan. And CN50 Nguyễn Quỳnh Anh, supervised by Dr. Diêm Công Hoàng. So please welcome team leader to be on stage to receive the prize. We would like to invite Dr. Nguyễn Thị Kim Oanh and Dr. Nguyễn Việt Hùng for presenting the award to our students. Congratulations to all students, and thank you Dr. Nguyễn Thị Kim Oanh and Dr. Nguyễn Việt Hùng for presenting the award to our students. Now we would like to inform about the second prize. The second prize go to the following group. KH08 Nguyễn Hà An, supervised by Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng. KH17 Đoàn Văn Tú, supervised by Dr. Trương Công Đoàn. CN02 Ngô Phương Hoa, supervised by Dr. Kim Đình Thái. CN04 Chu Quang Lâm, supervised by Dr. Kim Đình Thái. CN63 Nguyễn Trọng Đức, supervised by Dr. Nguyễn Văn Anh and Dr. Lê Xuân Hải. KS43 Thân Quang Huy, supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Chu Đình Tới and Master Bùi Nhật Lệ. CN40 Đặng Tuấn Phong, supervised by Dr. Phạm Ngọc Thành. So please welcome the team leader to be on stage. And we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Phương Mai and Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng for presenting the award to our students. Congratulations to all students, and thank you Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng and Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Phương Mai for presenting award to our students. Now we would like to inform about the first prize. The first prize go to the following project. KT02 Nguyễn Thị Phương Thảo, supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Bùi Mỹ Trinh. NN04 Nguyễn Minh Quân, supervised by Master Nguyễn Chí Trung. TC28 Nguyễn Mạnh Tiến, supervised by Dr. Đỗ Phương Huyền. CN03 Nguyễn Thị Hải Anh, supervised by Dr. Nguyễn Đăng Khoa. CN61 Nguyễn Thị Mai Hạnh, supervised by Dr. Kim Đình Thái. KT43 Đàm Trung Kiên, supervised by Dr. Hồ Nguyên Như Ý and Dr. Nguyễn Văn Thánh. KS61 Nguyễn Đức Quang Anh, supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Trần Thị Ngân. So please invite the team leader to be on stage. And we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Văn Định and Associate Professor Dr. Phạm Xuân Hoan to be on stage to present the prize, first prize to our student. Congratulations to students. And thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Văn Định and Associate Professor Dr. Phạm Xuân Hoan for presenting the award to our student. Now we would like to inform about the poster presentation prize. So we had total 5 poster presentation prize. So the best content delivery prize belong to KT02 Nguyễn Thị Phương Thảo, supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Bùi Mỹ Trinh. The best presentation prize belong to NN04 Nguyễn Minh Quân, supervised by Master Nguyễn Chí Trung. The most impressive prize belong to KS09 Trần Khánh Huyền, supervised by Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng and Associate Professor Dr. Trần Thị Oanh. Best scientific presentation belong to CN63 Nguyễn Trọng Đức, supervised by Dr. Nguyễn Văn Anh and Dr. Lê Xuân Hoài. And the Best Creative Design Prize belong to KS43 Thân Quang Huy, supervised by Associate Professor Dr. Chu Đình Tới and Master Bùi Nhật Lệ. So please welcome the team leader on stage to receive the prize. So we would like to invite Dr. Nguyễn Ngọc Linh and MSc Phạm Hải Yến to be on stage to present the prize to our student. Congratulations to the student and thank you very much Dr. Nguyễn Ngọc Linh and MSc Phạm Hải Yến for presenting awards to students. Now, I would like to inform about sixth prize of the video clip voting contest. So sixth prize belong to the first prize. The first prize. KT53 Nguyễn Hải Yến, supervised by Dr. Đào Công Tuấn and Associate Professor Dr. Bùi Mỹ Trinh. We had two second prize. The second prize belonged to TC28 Nguyễn Mạnh Tiến, supervised by Dr. Đỗ Phương Huyền. CN05 Nguyễn Hoàng Hà Trang, second prize. The project supervised by Dr. Nguyễn Doãn Đông and Master Đỗ Tiến Thành. The third prize belonged to the three group. KT08 Nguyễn Ngọc Nghĩa, supervised by Dr. Trương Thị Huệ. KS08 Nguyễn Hà An, supervised by Dr. Hà Mạnh Hùng. And PN09 Lương Minh Hà Phương, supervised by Master Phan Thục Anh and Master Ngô Đức Lợi. So please welcome students on the stage, the team leader on the stage to receive the prize. And we would like to invite Dr. Nguyễn Ngọc Linh and MSc Phạm Hải Yến to be on stage to present the prize to students. Congratulations to all winner of the 18th Student Research Conference. Thank you very much for Dr. Nguyễn Ngọc Linh and MSc Phạm Hải Yến to give awards to students. Distinguished guests, lecturer and student, ladies and gentlemen, the 18th Student Research Conference of VNUIS has come to the end. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our gratitude to VNU Hanoi and VNUIS leadership, distinguished guests, lecturer and student for the participation today. Thank you very much and hope to see you again next year. Thank you.